Hey y'all, welcome. We are trying something a little different. But first, there's that. I hope y'all were able to tune in to Ashley's birthday celebration last night. We cut up a little bit. If not, catch the replay. But my name is Deidre. I have a few new subscribers, so I thought I'd introduce myself in case y'all stopping in for the first time. Um, I'm black all the time. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you take note and take heed. I like to read everything, but I could say like my top three are fantasy, whether it be adult, middle grade, or young adult. I don't really read that much young adult anymore. Romance and like comic manga is probably like my top three. Shay, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I just was like, this is a cute comment.
It
Um,
is.
hey everybody, I'm Shay. My channel is Shay with the hobbies. I be writing, I be reading, I be creating. If that is something that you think you could get interested in, definitely go ahead and mosey on over to my channel and click that subscribe button. But I, like my beautiful friend Deidre here, and my hand was way off camera. There we go. My beautiful friend Deidre here, and black with a very big B. So just make sure you know that before you go on over there and start trying to talk to me and whatnot.
Yes. Hi, Pat. I hope you got some rest.
Because
Ate
I
you
know Pat
something
was up
good.
late. I know she was up.
Oh,
I
all
know
night.
she
She
was
was
there.
there all night or all day. I don't know which. I forget which one.
Right. I know she was there.
They're ahead or behind. I don't remember as far as
She's
time.
ahead of us by like 6
Okay. So then it was like morning for her. I hope you got some rest in between. Oh, where's Becca's comment? I don't think it's showing here, but I saw it. Oh, there it is. Hi. Good to see you. And then there was Adrian. What's up?
Yeah. I just sent you and your Finch some love on Finch. So, check it
Yeah, check it out. All right, let me see what he looks like these days.
out. Okay. Okay. So we're in Hawaii. Reginald is in Hawaii right now.
Yeah,
And he got him like a little ukulele.
not a ukulele.
Yes, he does. Okay, so right now, him and Lee are walking. So let me show y'all. They're walking on the
Look,
beach,
yeah,
and then I will show y'all. So this is Reginald's apartment. This is where
look, he got
he
a
likes
whole apartment
sleeping and
now.
stuff. Yeah, he got a guitar too. Reginald loves the music, is the truth.
Yeah.
And then I will see. Let me see if I can show y'all what he's wearing right now. Okay, yes, this is Reginald. Peep the gold chain, the Hawaii
Yes.
outfit. Yeah, like he loves the colors. Reginald is all about the colors. So yeah,
Yeah.
he has done 204 adventure days. He weighs 22 grams and is 9 centimeters tall and has a wingspan of 23 centimeters. He has went
Okay.
to Paro, Paris. The Finchy Forest is now almost all the way through Maui. He is living
Yeah.
his best life.
Yeah, he
His
is.
best life. So yeah, y'all.
Okay. So that's us. That's who we are. And what we're here to do is I need to wrap up like quarter two to present day because we're at the end of quarter three now, aren't we? Hell,
Mhm.
Lord. Okay, so I just need to start in April. Yeah, April, and just get the slate clean for the rest of the year because my reading for the rest of the year is just gonna be it's gonna be so great that I need to just offload these memories and just go on with my life. So
Um,
yes,
because
Chelsea, and
Japan
I
is
like that
definitely
name.
the next place I'm choosing, so that's awesome.
Okay, so it's 8 at night for Pat right now.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. So I think we'll start off with a sprint and just I'm gonna figure out where if I want to use Storygraph or Goodreads while I listen to an audiobook. What are you gonna be doing or reading?
So I for those of you guys who don't know, our what is it? It's September. Our September edition of Writerly Conversations will be alive. We'll be discussing Blood Like Fate by Lizelle Sandberry and The Truth of Us by Brittany S. Lewis. I've not finished that, so that is what I'm going to be listening to. I was gonna continue physically reading it, but I also requested it from my library, so they have the audiobook and I have it checked out. So that's what I will be doing. So I'll be doing
Man.
that and painting. It was the whole sentence. I'll be listening to the
Okay.
painting. So yeah.
I think that I am if I want to read for this sprint, I'll have to listen to I am continuing a series that I like started and then didn't do anything with it after the first episode, but I'm picking it back up because I want to get back in my romance bag. But anyway, this is the second book in the series. Yes,
So I
Brenda.
remember when I went to the library book sale on Sunday. This is one of the Black
Yeah,
authors I found. I was like,
it looks
ah,
like it's in good condition too.
right.
Um, I forget where I got this, but I bought this I think in 2020. Oh, Family Emergency. Lord, I'm technically supposed to still be working, but anyway, so I'll either continue with this because they have the audio book on Hoopla, or I will read more of the Undead Truth of Us because I kind of want to finish that in preparation for y'all's discussion. Even though I haven't read Blood Like Magic or Blood Like Fate, I still want to, and I know I think Britt has already spoiled it for me anyway. Not spoiled it, but like spoiled it for me.
Yeah, because we did a live for it last year too. So
Yeah, and I think I accidentally like or I didn't realize how it was yet. So that happened. So but I want to finish that book. We don't have my library hasn't picked up the audiobook yet. So if I want to read that I have to do it physically. And
you have
I don't
Script,
know.
or did you
I
did
don't anymore.
you let
I
it
let my
lapse?
subscription lapse,
I was
yeah.
like, 'cause it's definitely on Script because that's how I listen.
Hey.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I got what you call it? I got toggled after I read like three single issues of a comic. And I was like, this is like 20 pages, bro, and it wasn't new releases. Why did y'all do me like
Right.
this?
Yeah. No, I feel with
But
you.
I canceled my subscription after that because I was like, this is not unlimited. It's only 60 pages at the
Right.
end of the day. Even though it's three separate books, it was still the only reason why I checked it out like that is because they didn't have the volumes or the bind ups or
Got you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
anything. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. So I don't know. It just depends on how long it takes me to get myself together with the with where if I want to use Storygraph or Goodreads. I think they're both up to date,
Mine,
but
I definitely need to do that before October gets here because, whew,
yeah.
because I don't think I've
Okay.
updated it since I finished the like any of the Frank Peretti books we read or like
Oh,
the Edgar Allan Poe book or anything. Like I don't think I've updated since like April or May.
damn. Yeah, you gotta catch up.
I gotta catch up because I definitely have read more than the shows I read.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I'm going to try and finish editing a chapter in my book. Okay, you can do it. Hi, hello, just joined, hoping I can finish my book in these sprints. All right, so I think the very first sprint we're going to do, um, I set up a 30 or 45-minute timer, but I think I want the first sprint to be 30 minutes, and then we'll do 45 minutes after that. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sounds great for me.
Okay.
I got stuff I need to do. Ooh, like my food.
Like your what?
My food that I
Oh
forgot.
yeah. Oh, you did your noodles. Okay, let's go ahead and get into these sprints. All right, y'all.
Don't
This
judge me,
should be
Becca. I am just now eating.
okay. Oh, is it sharing? No, I gotta add it to the stream. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Happy reading. I don't think there's any music. FYI. Okay, y'all. I hope that buzzer or timer didn't startle you and that you had a good sprint. If you feel like it or if you want to, let us know how you did in the comments. How'd you do, Shay?
Okay, so I started a different book because it's a book that I've been like carrying longer than the Undead Truth of Us. And I was like, I really just need to finish it. And I am not yet to the halfway mark. And it's interesting. I'm just thinking it's a slow burn, is what I'm thinking it is. Because I'm like, I feel like I'm close
Mm,
to finding out the answer to the mystery, but that can't be the case if I'm not even
yeah.
halfway through the book. Something else has to go on, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. So, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and I ate my lunch.
Oh, good job. So I think I got about uh do some math 9% further into No More Players by Brenda Jackson. And like I said, this is a reread. I'm enjoying it. I don't remember anything about it except for like the characters' names, sort of, kind of, from my first read, and I'm enjoying it. I enjoy romance books that have multiple couples, even though there's like a main couple, sort of. I like it when there's a bunch and like it's a friend group sort of situation. Not necessarily everybody's friends with everybody, but like one friend group that starts coupling off. I like that. So that's kind of what is happening in this book. Um, okay, let's see what everybody. I need to go get some water, Pat. Let me do that real quick. Um, do you want to? I think it's just only one more comment. You want to highlight that for me?
Yeah. So, A Rose Between Pages says, we got 14% through my audiobook listening to The Monsters of Brookhaven. I like that title. I've never heard of it, but I do
Monsters,
like that title.
Monsters of Brookhaven does sound like a banger.
Right. Vina joined us during that sprint as well, and she says I like a friend group, so I'm guessing that's like referring to a friend group in romance.
Yeah. Hmm.
I mean, it's what made the Think Like a Man movie series and the like Why Did I Get Married movie series like work is because you had
Oh
other
yeah.
couples to like follow, so it makes sense.
Hmm. Yep. Finished on Light Caster, so now I'm jumping back into Christmas Data Breach. Okay, that's what's up. So, excuse me. I think I decided to use my Goodreads. So let me share this. I'm just gonna do, excuse me, April and May for this one. Um, Home tab, Goodreads, sure. Okay, I forget. I think it's like 8 books that I read in the month of April, and so Food Board. I don't remember. I'm not even. Y'all, please don't hold me into remembering details of these books that I read in April because I've read a total of like 80 something books so far this year. Um, but I did actually read them, so I just don't remember a lot of the finer details. Do I need to make this bigger? Can you kind of see this, or should I make it bigger?
I'd make it bigger, at least to where like because like a quarter of the screen is like the bookshelves thing. So yeah,
Gotcha.
there we go. That's great.
Okay. Oh, get out of there. And all right. I forget how to scroll. There we go. This magic mouse is intuitive, but it's not. So, um, Food Wars Volume 9, if I'm not mistaken, it was about what they call the Fall Classic, which is kind of like a battle of the chefs in this school. It's kind of like one of the first battles they go through in being freshmen in this school, and it was cool. I still am really enjoying this series, even to the point where I am at now. So I gave this one 4 stars. The artwork is what it is. There's still fan service because like the idea of having like a food orgasm is heavily at play every time they have these battles, and like it's a thing of one of the judge or like a dean or something to like when he tastes something, he like his clothes just kind of like magically disappear. We don't get to see any of the fine kibbles and bits of it all, but it's one of his things. So if you don't like any kind of fan service, this series is just absolutely not for you, especially the anime. And those first 2 or 3 episodes just don't do it to yourself. And then me and Cachet actually read Piercing the Darkness together. Let me just remember who the characters are, so I can remember what this one was about. Is this the one where? No, hang on, I got to.
That's the one that's at the college. And
Sally Rowe. Okay,
it's
okay,
at
there you
the
go.
school, I mean, and the dad is
Yeah. It was like Sally Rowe. Okay, I know what's happening. So in this one, um, we follow like a couple people's like I guess you would say there is like a reckoning of a sort with a couple people's like storyline. It's not like a follow up to the Oath, but it has some very similar themes. And there's like one carryover character. Am I right about that? Okay, yeah. So I really enjoyed this. Like Frank Peretti cannot do any. Let me not forget the E. Frank E. Peretti cannot do any wrong for me to me. Okay, I love him. He can write his butt off, and I just really enjoyed this one. I gave it 4 stars. I don't remember why I didn't give it 5 stars. Let me see if I have a review. Nope. I don't remember why I didn't give it 5 stars, but that's okay. Then moving on, we read the 4th book in the Sookie Stackhouse series. Um, Child, it was what it was. I do not remember. Let's see, I have a review. Why did I like this one? Is this No Memory Eric? Yeah, it is. So that's why I
No
like this
Memory
one.
Eric was a good season on the show. I ain't read the books,
Yeah.
but I like that season, so I could imagine that being a decent book.
Yeah, it's one of, I mean, I gave it 3 stars. I'm not sure what I would have gave it my first time around. I probably would have gave it 5 because No Memory Eric was my favorite from the first time I read it and from the show. So I just really enjoy him as a character arc or storyline, with however you would put that. Let me get back to the rest of April. I don't have too much to say about any of the Suki books that you can't find on our discussion, either between my channel or Breeze, the Lock Bookticians channel. So, A Good Luck book by Nicole Falls. Like, this is another case of I had to read it physically, so it took me forever to complete it. Because whenever I'm reading a romance book, especially one that's like Kindle Unlimited, I read it right before I go to sleep, and so I might get like 2 pages in before I'm out, or I'm like putting the device down to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing against the book. It's just the way that I happen to read stuff when I'm reading physically. I gave it 4 stars. I think maybe. Yeah, I didn't even sort it into shelves or anything. Um, though it was very short. I think this is the one. I think she has like different holiday series. I think I read her Dirty Valentine, but I'm not sure if it's the same series or she just likes to play on the holidays when she releases books. Um, I think this is the one where the woman or the female main character has a bar that the male love interest ends up like helping her rebuild or keep open or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I might be confusing the story of a different book. Where am I looking for? So that was that was definitely Black Love. I read it physically through Kindle. I don't think anybody recommended this to me. Um, and romance. Okay. Then The Burning God.
Appreciate how organized that is. I don't even have shelves on my Goodreads.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't at first when I first started my Goodreads, but then, and especially when I started my YouTube channel, I wanted to be able to like see what were my 5-star books for the year, and you can still sort, use a little columns to sort that way without shelves, but it was just easier for me to like create one in the moment and just drop them in there and then be able to reference it later. I think I was reading The Burning God um, with Erica from The Broken Spine with her read along, and I gave it 3 stars. I didn't even put in any shells. I didn't write no review. I didn't give myself no kind of helping hand. So what do I remember about it? I don't know. I think it just sort of fell apart for me, if I'm remembering correctly, the ending after really enjoying the first and second books, even on the rereads, and not having read the last book at all, and getting to that point after like reading them back to back, something about it just didn't curl all the way over, and I just didn't really enjoy the ending. I don't. It might have been that I didn't like the writing, but it probably was just that it was such a depressing time in the book. I don't want to give any spoilers because it's the third book, the series finale. Like, it's just such a heavy time and a lot of like traumatic things going on that I didn't feel satisfaction from the ending. So that's probably how I arrived at 3 stars for that one. Spy Family was a book a series that I want to say Bree is the first one that I heard or maybe even recommended this to me specifically when we were talking one on one day. Oh wow, what just happened? Oh, okay. All right, sir. Oh, here we go. Um, and in the second volume, I think we just started to form. Twilight is the male main character. I think we just start to form his little family that he has to do to complete his mission, and we just start to see them gel together as a unit for the first couple of days. And I remember really enjoying it, but that's about all I remember about it in detail. Let me not even worry about trying to put these in shelves right now. I think I Might Love You. I think it was an audiobook I read of this from Hoopla, and I do not remember much about it. I gave it 5 stars, but I don't remember nothing about it. Mm, do better. I was thinking that when I was trying to decide if I wanted to use Storygraph or Goodreads, um, thinking about changing my rating because I don't remember this book or what happened. So I'm wondering if I accidentally marked it as read on like my Kindle, um, trying to like undownload it or something, because I don't remember it. So we're gonna come back to that one. I'm sorry, y'all. The Oath. Did we read that? I thought we read this before Pierce in the Darkness, but I guess not. This is the one that
No,
has
we read
that.
that after and then the visitation, I feel like.
Okay, okay. So this is another one by Frank E. Peretti that me and Cache read together. I don't know if this was like your third time reading it by the time we read it together, or way more than that.
Second time. Second time.
Second, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Um, this is the one that has a is it called a metaphor? Is that the word?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Running through the whole book, like from beginning to the very end, and it was just incredible to see that the way he did this in like a Christian fiction book. So, what does it say as far as a summary? I don't want to give spoilers. Oh, so yeah, they have this. They have these killings that are happening, and they don't let me mix up stories, Shay. So they have killings that are happening in this town, and they blame it on what they call a dragon. And um one of either, I think he retired sheriff or he was a sheriff but in another town. His brother ends up being murdered, and he
He was a
comes to,
professor.
that's it, a
He was a
professor,
professor.
like
Yeah.
a researcher, a scientist, basically. That's what it was. Because the whole thing about this situation is he's trying to prove that this creature exists or doesn't, basically, and that we find out
Right.
what
That
happened to
it
his
couldn't have
brother.
been a bear because, like, the
Yeah,
story, it was a bear. And he's like, nah, I studied
yeah.
it. This
This is
came.
not bear attacks. This is not how bears behave. They wouldn't do this. They wouldn't do that. But my brother is is dead, so I need to find out what happened. So he goes to this town where his brother was killed and tries to like look at the scene and stuff like that and figure out what happens, and it takes him on a journey, basically a spiritual journey, to try to like, I see this with my eyes, but how could it possibly be this? And then think about how you can just expand that and apply that to a whole bunch of different situations in life. So I really enjoyed that. Did I give it 5 stars? No, I gave it 4. I don't know why I gave it 4 stars, but
I think when we
here we are.
talked about our ratings of them, because I was like, I feel like they're 5 stars, and I feel like just how much our reading has expanded, the like
Mhm.
simplistic nature of it is like it's a 4. Because I feel like
Mhm.
that's what we
Mhm.
talked about. Because we're like, it's not that it's not good, because it's exactly what the like audience needs to like accept the
Yeah.
story. But I
Mhm.
think that's what we were saying, because we both kind
It
of like
was very like, elementary writing in a sense, because of the nature of the story. It needs to be very accessible, and if only it was slightly more elevated, that probably, yeah, you're right. It would have gave 5 stars. I want to read this comment because I keep seeing it. We actually studied Why Did I Get Married for a class in high school. It was the first black movie for some of those white kids. They didn't know what grab some Vaseline and sneakers meant. Oh, bless their hearts.
stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready.
Yeah, the secret sprints. Yeah, Yanni. Okay, so that's why we arrived at 4 stars for the Oath. Okay, that was the last book I read in April, and we'll go ahead and go to our next sprint, which is going to be for 45 minutes. Oh, um, you said you want to say anything before we get it popping?
Just your reading is so diverse. I love it.
Thank
I
you.
love it.
I
I
get bored.
only reason my like year is diverse this year is because of all the like things I've been participating in. Because it would
Yeah.
just be like blackity blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah. And I'm
Yeah.
like
No.
much more. And I'm liking it. Like it's not like I feel like I'm like losing anything about it, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I do. I made a New Year's resolution. I don't usually make New Year's resolutions, but in 2019 and 2020, I made resolutions to not read books by white men that I hadn't already read from that particular author before. So, like Neil Gaiman, for example, I had already read a few of his books by the time I made these. So I allowed myself to continue to read more of his works if I wanted to feel like I was missing out on something. So like, and from that point forward, I have just naturally tried to reach for other people, other authors. You know what I'm saying? With always a focus on Black people, but if I feel like if I'm not reaching for whatever the popular white author is of whatever genre, I'm always gonna get. I'm gonna have allow myself to have more variety in whatever I'm reading. And I'm always I just like different subjects anyway. So I thank you for saying that. But yeah, I do
Yeah,
try to.
no,
I'm conscious about that.
I love like how wide you read, and like you put me on to so many books too. So like I just like I'm appreciative of friends who read differently than me because it like opens me
Yeah.
up to other things.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. So let us get popping on our 40-minute sprint, and then we'll cover May and June when we get back. Y'all happy reading. All right, y'all. How did y'all do? How'd you do, Shay? Them last 6 minutes went by fast enough. Okay. I hope I didn't accidentally like skip or anything.
So I got the sections of like paper that I'm gonna be painting sectioned off. So I got those
Okay.
done. It's just a lot of those. I got my water together. I started and got this two little canvases set up. And
Yeah.
and then I got through like another like 4 chapters of the story. And I
Okay.
put some stuff in the. I watched a couple things, so I got a little bit of stuff down.
You did
I'm
some
not
things. You
upset
did
by
some
it.
things.
I'm not upset with it. It was a productive 45 minutes.
Let me say this before we get too deep. I know Babe is gonna call me after work at some time soon, so I'll just um start a sprint when he calls, but I'll be back um and pick up wherever I leave off. So I got um like 18% further into the book, trying to do some math. It's still good. I'm a little bored though, I ain't gonna lie, because it's building up to something, and you know, I think I'm just bored because we know what's gonna happen, but it's still a good story. Don't get me wrong. Um, I think I need to switch to something else for a bit. I was rearranging a fake flower arrangement. Okay, and then I got some dinner. Oh, what you get? Let me know. Um, while Venus telling us what she ate, I'm going to. Oh wait, I thought I was already not sharing that anymore. Okay, I'm going to resume talking about whatever books I've been reading. So I think I stopped here. No, that's a lie. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I was trying to add in shelves while I was reading. So we got to the oath, and now we're in May. This is a random graphic novel I came across um actually I think that's a comic. Um but I was scrolling through Hoopla and like stuff that's recently added or something, and I really like the colors on the cover of this. It was giving me Lisa Frank, and then I saw the vampire and was just like, okay, I'll read it. And what I liked about it was that I thought that it was a cool and unique take on vampire lore, because these vampires in this story could um walk during the day if they had consumed witch blood. And so that was kind of like driving the extinction of witches until we meet the girl on the cover. Um, I've forgotten her name. Yona. Um, who is like one of the oldest beings on the planet at this in this world, like one of Lilith's first creations. And I just thought that was a cool take on witch and vampire lore. And then Agents of Slam is one of those random finds again through scrolling that I saw a little black girl. I saw um a wrestling ring on the cover, and I was in, and I really enjoyed it. If I had read this book when I was either the age of the main character or younger, I would have just lost it. I don't even know how I would have felt. Continuing on, so Something is Killing the Children is a comic that Ashley had been trying to tell me to read forever, like for the longest time, and I don't know why. I just didn't pick it up for whatever reason until May, and I loved it. I put it as a 2022 fave. Um, the general premise of this is, oh, I didn't mean to click it, but that's okay. Yeah, kids start going, they go missing in this town. It's like, I want to say it's like an isolated town, but I could be wrong about that. But they start going missing in this town, and Erica here comes to town as like the monster hunter and to like, um what's the word? What's the word? Contaminate. I mean, not contaminate. Control the area. Like, what's the word I'm trying to think of? I don't know. Basically, like keep it from spreading to other towns and stop the kids.
Quarantine.
Quarantine. Yes, thank
I
you.
got you. I got you. I was like waiting for you to use more words to describe it so I could like help. I was like, I don't know what she's gonna say just yet, but I'm gonna help her. I'm gonna help her.
Thank you. Yes, quarantine the situation. And then ends up sort of getting in too deep, uh, sort of say. And I really enjoyed it. The art is not necessarily my favorite, but the writing is really good. Um, this one, did I write a review for this Goosebumps one? Because I remember next to nothing about it. I do remember reading it. I am a huge R.L. Stein kid. So anytime you put Goosebumps on something, it's gonna catch my eye. And I think they just recently started adapting some of those books into graphic novels. Not even necessarily the same stories, but just using the Goosebumps name to put out some graphic novels. And I picked it up on the strength of the name of the word Goosebumps, and it was okay. I don't. It wasn't very memorable. The artwork was okay. I don't remember the story, but I did read it, so I put it on here. Then ever since I read Emergency Skin, which was a short story by N.K. Jemisin in an Amazon original series called it's called the Forward series. Ever since I read that book and some of the other books in that series, I have kept um coming back to these little short story series that Amazon puts out from time to time that have a theme, and I picked up this one. Which what was it called? What's it? Trespass series? Oh no, I think this one was called the Trespass series. But don't give me the line. Anyways, I picked this up because it had some recognizable names in the anthology. I guess it had Jeff Vandermeer. It had Stephen Graham Jones. It had, I don't know, Karen Russell, but it also had Tochi Onyebuchi and or Carmen Maria Machado, which I've enjoyed the other works by. Oh yeah, it does have Sylvia. I mean, yeah, Sylvia Morano Garcia in it. So I was drawn in by the other authors. And I've never read anything by James Vandermeer, but I like sci-fi, so I thought I'd give it a chance. I really didn't, spoiler, I didn't really enjoy any of the books in the series, to be honest. They were okay. Um, I think the 4-star one by Stephen Graham Jones is the highest I gave any of them, but most of them were 3 stars, and I think I probably just rounded up for most of them because they're so short. I think it's like a 45-minute audiobook. Let me go back here and make sure I'm not missing. Hi, Jenny. Okay, so then I read volume 2 and 3 of Something is Killing the Children. 5 stars for each. Can't really go into much detail. Um, but there's an initial incident that happens in volume 1 that Erica is drawn to the town to handle. that sort of escalates and spills over into volumes 2 and 3, and then we start to get to know a little bit more about um, Erica, the situation that happens with the monsters in the organization that Erica works for. I guess you can call it work for. So work for. Um, and I enjoyed those a lot. I kept going. I think I read all the volumes that are published, and I'm only lacking at this point in time. I'm only lacking like volume. I mean, issues. The last two issues, which I think are 22 and 23, to be up to date with what's going on in that series, and it's still really, really good. So, Killing in C Sharp is a cozy mystery in a series by a black woman that is set in Ireland, I think. Is it Ireland?
That's what I was gonna say. I thought it was Ireland.
Okay, yeah. So it's set in Ireland, and the third installment is Gethsemane is trying to figure out what's going on with um I think they're trying to sell her, yeah. A developer is trying to buy the cottage that she is currently renting and make it like a tourist attraction for this sleepy little Irish town, and that would have gone against the wishes of the living owner, which is the ghost that haunts the property. So she tries to block that in this third installment, and I gave it 3 stars. I think I gave the first installment 5 stars, and then they changed narrators for this for the second book through the rest of the series, and I just did not enjoy that second narrator that they brought on, and the like um mastering of the audio, like the narration started to like decline after like the third after this book, like the fourth and fifth book. They left in multiple takes of the various sentences that were being talked about, and I just really, it took me completely out of the story, and the narrator had a hard time varying her voice for the different female characters in the story. It was a fairly large cast of characters, because it's a small town and everybody knows everybody. So when something happens in the town, everybody's around. So I could decipher the male voices pretty well, but the female voices, it was hard to decipher, which made it hard to follow the story at some points. I think that's why we ended up with 3 stars for that one. And then Scout's Honor. Well, let me just finish talking about the series of novellas from Amazon. So this one by Karen Stagg was, I you can't really talk about these without giving it away, but the overall theme of this was like nature, um in some way, maybe literal, sometimes metaphorical. And this one was, if you think of the multiple meanings of the word stag, like how you could use it, um, I think an adverb, like you go stag, that's using it as an
Right, like
adverb,
you,
right?
like that's a verb, right? Like
Okay, a
stag.
verb. Okay, yeah, which
Yeah,
means that you go alone to a party or
right.
whatever. And then a stag is a male deer. So it plays on that concept in this particular book, and I thought it was fine. Um, and then A Righteous Man, I actually remember nothing about this one. I don't remember that. I gave it 3 stars, but I don't remember it. But I know I listened to it. I had them just in a playlist back to back on audiobook. And I don't remember it. Which this is the first thing I've ever read by Tochi. So, and I do own War Girls, but I haven't read it, and I don't know what's been keeping me from picking up War Girls, because that has everything. It has a recipe to be one of my favorite books, but I just haven't picked it up. Um, I loved uh In the Dream House by Carmen Maria Machado, and I own Her Body in Other Parts. Is that what it's called? Her Body in Other Parts. Um, and so I was excited to pick this one up. And is this the one where she comes of age? I don't remember this one either. I don't know why I rated these and didn't give it a review, because I it was just, oh, here we go. I did write a review. I made a good choice by leaving the authors I'd read from for last in the collection, though there wasn't much action. I felt like this story was well structured. This has me ready to dive into Machado's early collection of short stories. Um, I said it's not doing for me, and then I read Stephen Graham Jones last. Yeah, I don't like. I didn't even in this review right here. I didn't even give you any details about the story. I don't remember it at all. So there's that. Tiger comes down the mountain. Let me see if I gave myself a review. This would be the first thing I read by Sylvia Maria Machado as well. I don't know how this will serve me as an introduction to her writing. The story was okay for me. I did end up feeling something for a character finally. I think this is I read these this was like the third or fourth book in the series that I read. Um and of the four stories in the collections that I've read so far, I probably feel most compelled to try something else from this author, even though I didn't particularly love the short story. The tone of the stories in this collection has really taken me by surprise, which is interesting since I came into it with an open mind and basically no expectations. Anyways, yeah, I still didn't give myself much information about the story and I don't remember it. So we're moving on. Stephen Graham Jones, though, I do remember that story. Where is it? Did I read it later? Maybe I didn't read it until a few days later. Wow, I don't even see it. Hmm. Well, his was, I forgot the title of it, but his was about his had it was called like The Backbone of the World or something like that. Here, no. Uh it was about a network and like a metaphor for a network, and I really enjoyed how that story unfolded. I think I gave it 3.5 stars and rounded up to 4, but I don't see it on my red list. I don't know why. Anyways, I liked his the best, and I still wanted a little bit more from his story, even though he is I've liked most everything else I've read by him. So Scout's Honor is by Lily Anderson, who I have just really somehow she has carved a little niche out in my heart as one of my favorite authors. I feel like I can officially say that. I think she only has maybe 4 books total published, and I've read 3 of them. One of them is from like 2012 that I just haven't got my hands on and don't see. It might be out of print or something. But Scout's Honor was like a surprise to me. I just borrowed it from, I didn't put my folders like I usually do. I think I borrowed it or saw that it was published on Scribd and borrowed it, and it was so good. So basically it's about, what's this girl's name? Prudence. The premise of this is that Prudence comes from a family of, what do they call those creatures in this world? I don't like comps, but I think that's a very good comp. Buffy by Stranger Things. What are the creatures called in this world? I think they had a special name, and I forget what they are. Uh, anyways, they're just, let's just call them bad spirits. That her family is a matriarchal family structure for her family, and they have this site that is passed down through the women in the family, and they are charged with keeping their communities and neighborhoods safe from these bad spirits. And the way that they do that is they train. I mean, they become a part of the scouts, and ladybirds, I think is what they're called, who are rivals to Girl Scouts. So in this world, so Prudence is, she like wants to lead a different life, but she's the oldest girl and she has the sight, but she's kind of clumsy and things like that. And she has other interests and she just wants to be free of the scouts once she goes to college. But in order to do that, because it's their I guess matriarchal duty to protect their community, she has to train a replacement. And she hasn't participated in scouts in like 2 or 3 years, at this point where her mother gives her this ultimatum for her last summer of high school, that okay, you can quit, but you have to train the replacements and at least two backups, right? Like you have to get you a troop coming down the line so we can keep going after you're gone. And she, hatches a plan to get some misfit girls together who have shown to have the sight, and they go on this like really cool, not adventure, but they like go through a ladybird camp for the summer. Like they do like badges, but it's things like how to set up a proper tea party, because in this world you control the monsters by controlling everybody's emotions and keeping everybody happy, because these monsters feed on negative energy or like bad energy. So so they have tea parties, they make healthy snacks that
I
they
really like that concept.
yeah, it's really cool. I think you would like this book a lot. And so they make tea parties, they make baked goods, they do community service, like they try to make sure the parks are well kept so that, like, a dark overgrown corner can be a breeding ground for these spirits that sometimes they take the form of looking like bugs. Anyways, and then they do like obstacle courses to like train to be able to run from and run to the different monsters. So it's really cool, and it has a really cool family dynamic. It has really cool friend groups. The magic system is cool in it, and I would highly recommend you pick it up if you like YA fantasy, with a slight bit of horror elements, like monster killing, like there's goo and sludge and stuff like that. Um, We're still in May. Good googly moogly. Okay, so Dim Some of Our Fears is a cozy mystery. It's the second book in the Noodle Shop mystery series. I want to say I heard about this series from Vina, but don't give me the line. I know she recently had a blog post that featured the first book in this series, but way back when I heard about the series, I feel like I might have heard it from her. If not, I probably just randomly stumbled upon it and she happened to have read it. If you like cozy mysteries, you might enjoy this because the adults are adults in this one, I feel like. And even though they're young adults, the main female character is a young adult. She makes realistic choices and mistakes, and it's cool to see the family business and the restaurant business, and her to kind of like come into her own as an adult and step into the position, um, like step into a job and somewhat of a career that she's good at, and she, and it ends up being that just because and she's good at it, her mom always wanted her to do it, and it ends up becoming like a heartwarming moment that she gets to deal with. That's not really a spoiler because you know that from the not the synopsis, but like anyways, it was a good one, a good entry into the series. I think I don't think I've gone any further in the book series because I can't find the audio book from my library. And then the fourth book in the Gethsemane Brown series. Again, this is another the a cozy mystery series set in Ireland. I gave it 4 stars, even though I didn't like the narrator. Still, let me see if I got a review. Nope, no review. This one is, I think, the one where they have to come up with the. Is this the Rose one? Yeah, this is where her coworker Frankie is he is I forget the name for it, but he's a rose uh grower and can make different variety of roses and stuff and like maintains rose gardens for like gardening competitions and stuff, and he creates this unique rose that he enters into a competition that's a really big deal in Ireland, in this area of the world. um and somebody ends up dead in his garden and um gets him disqualified, or not disqualified, but like suspected of murder because the dead body turns up in his perfectly pristine rose garden and it's a competitor, that kind of thing. And I enjoyed all the gardening of it all, I gotta say, even though I didn't write myself a review. But that's probably what tipped it because I still didn't like the narrator. Um, and I enjoyed how the story unfolded there. 4 stars, 4 solid stars. The Island of Sea Women was a book that we read with the book club I'm in, the Only Good Book Club. You know, it was we every month. Well, most months we take a poll, and this one is the one that won that particular month. Um, it was a really good story. It was heartbreaking at moments. It's about it's historical fiction. It's about an island um, that has a matriarchal society of women who are um, deep sea fishers, not just divers, but they harvesters of the sea basically, and they provide for their families and their communities as a unit. And the men take care of the children until the female children are old enough to go and be divers. Like it's a community, and they bring their catches back for the men to sell at the market if they don't have other duties to be performed in the community. And it was so heartbreaking at times. It is based on, I mean, like, it's historical fiction. The massacre that happens in this book is a real thing that happens. um Go, if you decide to pick this up. Apparently Lisa C is known for writing like heavy hitting historical fiction novels, and go into it knowing that if you're a crier or you need content warnings, please look those up and know that you're probably going to cry. I would highly recommend anybody reading this and then maybe also looking up the actual events that happen to just give you more perspective of what was going on and maybe some of the choices that were made by the main characters and the side characters. Um, Volume 3 um, of Spy Family was about them going to school and getting Anya, which is a little girl, I think. Yeah, getting Anya to be friends with the drug lord that they're trying to take down. son. I forget those other characters' names, but that's what happened. She is trying to work the Twilight's assignment is to take this guy down by means of infiltrating, becoming friends with them, and and so one way that Twilight figures he can do that is to get Anya to become friends with the kids so that they can get invited to dinner parties and things like that and so forth. Um, and Anya is kind of socially awkward, so she doesn't really know how to make friends, but she can read minds and she knows that that's what her dad wants her to do. And she wants the family to stay together. So she goes about winning stars. I forget, like special awards for doing exceptional things at this school, this elite school that they're at, which ends up making, um is another way that they can infiltrate this family. Anyway, so it was fun. I enjoyed it. Oh, I did read the third book. What is this one about? Is this the one about the competition? Yeah. So they have it. Okay. Spy Family number 3, 4 stars. Enjoyed it. I have read volumes 4 and 5 recently, so I am still enjoying that series, and I plan to continue. Um, Number 3 of the Moodle Noodle Shop series. Um, this one's about a contest that they have in this plaza that has all these Asian family businesses. Um, but I think this was a food competition for all the restaurants in that shopping plaza. So they go about entering this competition because it is okay, babe. Love you too. Um, so they enter this series, and somebody who ends up dying. Is it the tournament coordinator? Somebody ends up dying at the one of the cooks or something ends up dying in the competition. Or one of the critics, yeah, here we go. And so obviously everybody who enters into the competition is a suspect. So our main character goes about trying to figure out who was the actual killer so that they can get off, their family restaurant and this whole plaza can um get off of the suspect list. And it was a good time. I think I read that all via audiobook, yeah, from my library. So, since Babe is off work, it might be a good time to go ahead and start our second sprint because that's also the end of my May reading. I read a bunch of stuff in May. 45 more minutes, good with you, Shay?
Yeah, that's good with me. I'm just over here.
You over here rolling and being productive.
I
Okay,
am.
sorry to mess up your flow.
You didn't at all. I was like, ooh, I got books I want to like check out now, listening to you.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
time.
Oh, appreciate it. I just didn't see
That
we
one,
had
that
all these
Scout's Honor,
comments.
I
So I was
think,
like, let me say hi to everybody.
yeah, I've been seeing the comments, but I didn't have a good stopping point. Let me get this added to the screen. Yes, Jenny, I think I said hi to you. Volume 8 just came out. Okay. I haven't watched the anime. Have y'all been watching the anime of Spy Family? I think Bree is up on it. Anya is the best ever, ever, ever. Agreed. Nicole, hello. I'm sorry I missed your entry. I saw Bree come in. Hi, Bree. I hope you're well and your head is feeling better. I have. Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
y'all.
Pat is in saying hi. Okay, I'm glad you're feeling better. All right, y'all. Let's get to reading. Ooh, that got on my nerves. I hope y'all all right. How did you do?
I finished one bottle of water, switched to another one. I did a couple of more like gradient landscape type deals so that I can like practice my script on there. And then now I'm working on two different frames of ladybugs and like practicing like working on the different shades of grass and stuff like that. So I'm having a nice little time and I got through like I think three more chapters.
Yeah, that's nice. Hold on, let me put my glasses and my headphones. They somewhere together. 1 second.
Okay, no worries.
Um,
Let me see what other comments we got. Sorry, y'all. I also took my medicine during the spread. Okay. Let's see. And Nicole said she was feeling better. That's great. What about y'all? What did y'all read? I don't know if I said that the name of the book I was reading was My Sweet Girl by Amanda Giatissa. So yeah.
I don't know where my other glasses went. They're somewhere. I'll find them. But I found my headphones. Anyways, okay. So I'm glad Nicole is feeling better, and I think Jenny is talking about uh Spy Family here. I watched season one, then canceled my sub. We'll be back when they have more. I understand. That's me moving the timer. Made some chai and read a bit in Tale of Jinji, the manga adaptation. Adaptation, excuse me. I need to drink some more water. I got cotton mouth. I took a nap and finished another chapter. I need a nap because I haven't had a nap from me waking up to go to work from home this morning from last night's streams. I should have took a nap. I probably just go to bed early tonight and balance that on out. I didn't read any of that sprint. For the record, 10 pages and brush my cat's fur. He's very fluffy, so his fur gets tangled. I understand. I'm glad my cat is a short hair baby because we would have problems if you wasn't short hair. Okay, let's see where we're at with regards to books. Because I still got, I think, quite a few to get through, but I have faith that I can do it. Let me add it to the stream. Okay. I think I already talked about the noodle shop one, number 3. If not, um, it was a food contest. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, the food contest. Okay. So then Apothecary Diaries is a manga series that I randomly stumbled upon scrolling through like newly added stuff to Libby. Um, and it is about, I forget the characters' names. I forget everybody's name in this one. It doesn't really matter. So it's about this girl on the cover. She's like kidnapped essentially into um slavery at a compound for the emperor's concubines, basically. And she gets to be like a handmaiden for these. I mean, like a couple of the um concubines that live on the compound. And at first, she's just like just like on general cleaning duty, and then the main I'm just gonna call him like a concierge type person for all the concubines. He's a eunuch, but um the best way to describe his role is like a concierge. So he notices a talent in her, and the fact that she can like identify different fragrances and make different like textures and ointments and salves and stuff from like stuff she's foraged around on the grounds and stuff, that he promotes her to be like a poison or like a taste tester for one of the main concubines, one of the emperor's favorite concubines. And it's just about how she navigates that space, like coming to terms with the fact that she's been kidnapped, and she might be able to buy her freedom eventually, or like, and or like, you know, do better for herself in life through this situation, because this person has kind of found favor in her. So she's kind of coming to grips with this in the first volume, and it was a good time. I really like the artwork. It's very similar to the artwork in Food Wars without all the fan service. So I had a good time with that one. And then Sakamoto Days is, well, I think I might have talked about this now that I'm saying this out loud. I talked about it on my channel somewhere already before. But it is like a more, if you read The Way of the House Husband and or watched, I haven't watched the anime, but just if you read the manga and found that it was a little lacking in prose and like just general writing and like story, you might like Sakamoto Days for having more of that missing prose in there. I don't know what you call the writing in a comic book, but whatever that, the the dialogue and the different bubbles, whatever that's called, it has more of that, but not too much. You get more of the dialogue between the characters. You get more of the backstory of what is his name. I think his name is Mr. Sakamoto, who is a former assassin that falls in love with this woman and gives up the life, and has just decided to run this neighborhood bodega basically, and help people in the community, like serve food to people who are hungry or homeless or don't have a means to pay, or give them a job and all that kind of stuff. Like he has become a good guy and decided not to kill anymore for the sake of his wife and daughter. And then the other person on this cover is like his former sidekick, that he didn't like discuss leaving the business. He like did his last job and just sort of fell off the face of the earth, so they didn't know if he was dead or alive. And so his assistant tracks him down, and um once his assistant is able to track him down at this like bodega that he owns and runs, other former enemies start to track him down, and he has to try to like still preserve his vow to his wife, which is no more killing, but protect his community and family against these bad guys that are trying to take him out and like bring him back into the game. So it's fun. I enjoyed it. I also own the second volume. Oh no, I hauled this the second and third volumes of Apothecary Diaries, and I think I like summarized it when I talked about it in the haul. That's why it's ping in my head that I talked about it on my channel. But anyways, I also hauled the second volume of this, but I haven't read it yet. I don't know why. I just haven't. Favorite Star is the second book or the sequel. I don't know if it's the finale. I kind of feel like there's, if I remember correctly, there it didn't every all the loose ends weren't tied up at the end of this one, so I think there will be at least one more book in the series. But it's the follow up to Black Sun. And what I will say about this is I had a great time. I think it was the only good book club read, was it? No, it didn't win, but um it was on the poll and I just decided to read it anyway. What I will say about it is I had a good time while reading it, but I almost immediately forgot a lot of the details about it after I finished it. And it was kind of the same way when I read the Black Sun. I want to edit that, but I won't do it right now. Yeah, I am glad that I didn't purchase it. I'm glad I borrowed it from the library, and my library did decide to acquire it after I requested it. Oh, we got the spinning wheel of death. Oh no. Please go back. I promise I won't do that anymore. Okay. So then Execution in E is the final book in the Gethsemane Brown mysteries. And y'all, this is where all the problems I had with the narrator, with the way that she was delivering the stories and voice acting for the different voices, and the problems with the mastering just really it just really took me all the way out of the story. On top of the fact that this one was about um I think the subject matter just sort of came out of left field. What was this one about? Oh, yeah, it was some like bridezilla um socialite type lady that wanted to have her wedding, either her wedding and or engagement photos at the haunted Irish cabin, and somebody in the wedding party, might have been the groom, I think, ends up dead on the property of Gethsemane and stuff like that. And so I don't remember who were the suspects, but anyways, of course, Gethsemane has to figure out who was the killer because this happens on her property or on the rental. I don't remember if she owns it or not, but at this point, but anyways, on the property. And it was just like, I guess I could see the scenario being realistic. I could see a bridezilla, rich, um, socialite demanding to have these pictures on this property that's not even like a venue that's open to the public, really. It's just a popular or a well-known landmark in this small town. Anyways, but other than that, I just found it so like overworked, and I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. I mean, 3 stars is not a bad rating, but for the conclusion of the series, it fell a little short for me, and I don't know I don't know what could have made it. I guess if the narration wasn't so bad and the mix and mastering, like there was one particular part of one of the chapters close to the end where the same 2 or 3 sentences was repeated 3 times and with different like inflections on different parts of the sentence. And I thought I was tripping. But it happened a few more.
Would you ever consider like physically reading the
I
entire
might
series?
physically read it over just to give it a full fair shake, because it's not the author's fault that happened. I doubt that she had any kind of control over that situation or input into it. I doubt it, but she might have. I don't know. I don't know if y'all know of an interview that existed where she addresses it. Hook me up in the comments. But yeah, so yeah, I would like to own them just to have on my shelf, because I don't own any cozy mysteries with black characters by a black author. Well, black character by a black author, because the main character is the only black character and her brother-in-law is the only black character in the whole series, really, and her mom. Forgot her mom, but we hardly ever. She's she's probably got like a total of 10 pages between all 5 books.
Wait, her brother-in-law, like as in one of her siblings, aren't black?
Yeah, she has this. Yeah, she has siblings, but we don't really. She doesn't really talk to them that much. I think her brother-in-law has like an adjacent career to her being a uh what do you call it, conductor of an orchestra.
Mhm.
So something in the arts, so they have more of a connection, and it just seems like, she talks to her sister, but we don't really, it's not on
Okay,
page.
gotcha, gotcha,
She
gotcha.
like talks, like her brother-in-law comes to visit her in one of the books for an art exhibition that's in the town.
Mhm.
um and so he's there, like none of the rest of her family is in that Irish town. So yeah, they're present, but like I said. So then I think we might get like a phone conversation or text messages between her and her sister at some point in one of the books, because the brother gets arrested in that book where he visits her, like as a suspect of the murder in that book. um yeah. So yeah, it was interesting. I would read something else by her, and I would reread this series physically, just for the record. Then there's book 5. I gave it 3 stars. You know, go to, I don't remember, where's my phone? Let's see whose channel this discussion was on, and I will see you there for more of my thoughts. That was on my channel. So go back to June the 24th for my thoughts of Dead as a Doornail by Charlene Harris. And then um I don't think Ashley recommended this particular comic to me, but the only reason why I know of Brian K. Vaughan's existence is um Ashley and Paper Girls. So I'm just gonna add that in there real quick. Um, this is about, as the title kind of alludes to, the last man on Earth, and it's not what I thought it was, which was him having to repopulate. It's not that, but it's, I don't think it's not that either. But in the first volume, all we really know is that a virus has overtaken the planet that only affects those with a Y chromosome. And I forget, something weird was going on with him at the time that it like touched down, because it was like almost like caught up where people just drop dead in the streets, like everybody at one time just dropped dead, and it was chaos, but he was like unaffected the whole time and having a conversation on the phone and everything. Um, and so he ends up being. How much do I say? Let's see what it says as a synopsis. I don't want to spoil it. Oh, it doesn't give me any. It kills every mammal. Every mammal, I forget that it was like all male mammals on the planet, and the monkey that's on his back and on the cover is a male monkey as well. Anyways, I don't want to go too far since it doesn't really give you more. I gave you more than the synopsis on Goodreads has printed. So, and part of it is discovering what's going on too. So, I don't know if I would recommend it because there's a lot of misogyny in it, even though there's only one dude in the. I don't know. I didn't like it because what happens is there's women that start taking over the role of men, and like, you know what I mean. And I it could have gone differently. I don't know why we had to go there. So I don't know. I don't know if I recommend it, but if you like Brian K. Vaughan's writing, and I think what Ashley said to me is that it takes a few issues for his stories to start to make sense and not piss you off. So maybe by like volume 4 or 5, I would understand why the misogyny happened in volume 1, but I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. And then Artie and the Wolf Moon, I I love this. I don't remember why I didn't give it 5 stars. I said I wasn't gonna do that again. But this is definitely one that Miss WOC Reader and Ashley were both on me to read, and it took me forever to get to. Once I finally did, I was like, damn, what took me so long? But this is about Artie and her being a part of, well, not a part of, let me start over. It's about Artie and her coming of age and her coming into her magic and or powers of being a werewolf. That there ends up being a whole community of black werewolves that her mom, her mom is a werewolf and that's how she got it. So then her mom had run away from this community and she gets to go back and visit people and reestablish that community, takes a village type situation. And I loved it, and I hope that we get um, more stories in this world. Chloe from Thistle and Verse had a really good interview with the author, and I don't know pronouns, but go and check that out. I'll maybe put it in the description box when we're finished, so you can go and check that out. Because I do believe they said either had other projects in the works or ideas for more stories in the world. So I may get my wishes. I highly recommend that one if I didn't say that already. So we almost through June. Ow. I'm proud of myself. Um
Get it, get it.
Okay, so then I read Zombie Bake Off. I found this one on Scribd. I remember that for sure. Um by Stephen Graham Jones. It is one of those books that you read that you just know will be so much, it would come to life so much, it would just elevate it more if it was adapted into some kind of movie or TV show. And in this case, I think it would be a great, like, what's the genre of horror movie that like Scary Movie is in? Is that just comedy horror? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I think it's comedic core.
I think this would, it's not quite as silly as Scary Movie, but it has some really silly like what the fuck moments. And I think it would be a fun and new well, not new, but original comedic horror movie. So it's about this almost like a state fair cook-off type situation that the main character, whose name is also Zombie, but it's spelled with an X. And when I say that, listening to this on audiobooks, knowing that there are zombies and there is a character named Zombie was so confusing. It took me to re-listen to the first few chapters like two or three times before I could get the the differences of like what was going on. So I'd highly the audiobook was great, but I highly recommend hybrid reading this if you can. Just because of that one fact. If that doesn't bother you, if you think you could catch up, like, I mean, keep going, or what am I trying to say? If you can keep up with it only from audio, in that zombie versus zombie wouldn't bother you, then go for it. But I was so confused at first. Anyways, it's about this is he a former wrestler? I think the main character is a former wrestler that falls into like making desserts type side hustle after he retires. And um I can't say that. So he zombie like awakening happens at this fair um before like the dishes could be judged and all of that. And the worst ones are like the ones that look like soccer moms, which I thought that like there's wrestlers like, like Macho Man Randy Savage characters in this that are the easiest zombies to take out, but then the soccer moms are like the the badass. I thought that was just really silly. Um and it just there's there ends up being like a close, what do you call it, like a closed room type situation where the people that are trapped in this room surrounded by zombies become a like ragtag group of friends to survive the night, and it's funny how those characters um start to relate or not, or form friendships. I really enjoyed it. It had a lot more humor than anything I've read by Stephen Graham Jones so far, and it was surprising. Um, but I just picked it up on a whim, and I think if you're a fan of him, you would like that story. And then I read The Six, which I think this is the last published book in the series, but the Fugitive Telemetry in the Murderbot Diaries by Martha Wells. I just love Murderbot. It's or they're just, how do I describe Murderbot as a character? So they're a rogue security bot, basically, that has hacked their own governing module and overwritten their programming to basically just not be tied down to any um organization that employs security bots, right? He just wants to be free, basically. And by the time we get to book six, so much has happened. They have been through so much. They have formed um, friendships and relationships with um, some people that we first meet in book two, I believe, who ends up accidentally, not accidentally, but they trick the doctor and this research team into hiring them. And anyways, it's just a really good time. I don't know how to describe, but it like summarize book six without giving you spoilers for the previous five books and still giving you an idea of what went on. But anyways, I enjoyed it. Highly recommend it. Audio book is the way to go because I feel like I found out and was just, I don't want to say pleasantly surprised, but just really surprised by the fact that the narrator is a black man for this series. Is he doesn't or yeah, he does an excellent job. It's just I was surprised to find it, and it made me enjoy it that much more. Okay. The Haunting of Tramcar 015, I guess, or Tramcar 15, I'm not sure which way you should say it. It was probably about the fourth work that I have read by P. Jelly Clark. I have liked I have liked everything else that I've read by him more than I've liked this. And I'm glad that I read everything else before I got to this. But this has made me nervous to read The Master of Jinn. And I say that because I'm not sure if I just didn't have an open enough mind about the story and the characters, and I was trying to make it be something that it never was going to be, and or that I was so enamored with the main character in the first book in the series that I was sad that she was missing from this one. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know because I didn't enjoy it that much. I had to force myself to keep going with it. I remember listening to, I wasn't confused, but just like I got zoned out on parts of it when I was listening to the audiobook. Maybe I didn't particularly like the narrator. I don't know. Let me go back to these comments. I really like Apothecary Diaries. I need to read more of it. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that knows about it. It is really a fun series. Yes, and Olivia Stevens does adult comics too. She's working on an adult horror one with werewolves. I think I remember her saying that on werewolves. I think I remember her saying that on Chloe's interview. The physical reading experience is also great. I think you're talking about Murderbot here, Yanni. I would like to own those books as well, but the audiobooks, yeah, they're great. Okay, many people agree with you that Fatma was missing from Tram Car 015. Yeah, I don't know. She it did. I don't know if it was my expectations. I didn't go into it open enough, or if you know. Other than that, she does show up in it, but her presence is it feels missing to the overall story, and yeah, it affected my enjoyment. So then in volume 4 of Spy Family, we are Twilight and them. Or what are they trying to do? They're still trying to get into good with that family that they're trying to infiltrate. And oh, that's right. So that's why the dog's on the cover. So what happens here is in their plan, they I think they might have run out of stars to earn, and Anya, the little boy that she's trying to form a friendship with per her father's wishes, has a dog, and she like lies and says she has a dog too, and it's cuter than his, and like all this, and I'll bring my dog over to your house to show you how cute my dog is. But then she has to rush home and tell her dad, hey, dad, we got to get a dog. You know what I'm saying? So it's fun. That's what that basically that whole episode is. And the dog, I forgot what they named him, but the dog is like a special dog, and the way they meet the dog is kind of cool. I don't want to spoil that for you because that's part of the fun of that volume. So then, let me take a drink. The woman in the library was another random scroll to when I was looking through Hoopla and like newly added again. I stay on that recently added tab. I don't know. But anyways, I saw this. I didn't really even read the synopsis, but I think I just scrolled to see what genre it was because I like books set in libraries, and um I don't know, I like books about books. And that's what the cover was given. So I get into it and I realize it's sort of a whodunit type of mystery situation, but it's also a book within a book. So we're following a writer writing the story of the woman in the library. And there's characters within her story. And then once you like the chapter breaks are um the the fictional author's correspondence with her beta reader, and then there's like that story, and their correspondence is part of the overarching story in this book. And I really enjoy a book within a book, kind of like it's not similar, but the book within the book in Long Division, how it sort of breaks the fourth wall a little bit. There's that same type of element in this. And if you like that, you'll like this book, I think. Um, I didn't figure out who done it, but I'm not much of a mystery reader. I don't know if you're OG in the mystery
Well,
game. If
do we know where this author is from? Like nationality,
I
ethnicity wise?
don't, but I'll click and see if it's in the
Because
synopsis.
it looks like does this fit for Black Aweenathon? Let me know. Okay, it doesn't, but I can still read
I
it.
don't think so. I don't know, but it's giving. I would highly recommend it if you like kind of how I describe
And you
books.
know I do. And you know I
Yeah,
do.
I think you would like it. And audiobook, I found it on Hoopla. And then me and you read The Visitation, which this one is, oh, this is the one with the prophet, right?
Yeah, the one where the like dude comes to town and he's like performing
Yeah.
miracles. Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, it was interesting. It was a change of pace from the other three or four, three, four, four that we read before. No, because we did the old, the this present darkness, Pearson, this no Pearson the darkness. Oh no, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I take it back. Okay, so this one is, it was a change of pace for me in that it was less like the mystery that was in like throughout the other books didn't come until like the end for me in this one. Like there was mystery throughout it, like was this, were these miracles genuine and things like that. But like the other part of the story, am I making sense?
Yeah, no, this is
Um,
definitely more a slice of life, like
yeah,
midlife crisis type story. And like, yeah,
yeah,
there's a mystery, but it's really more like how the main character got to this point, and then the
yeah,
mystery is like secondary to the story.
yeah. So it's a change of pace from the other ones we read, and I enjoyed it nonetheless. Um, yeah, if you like, no, if you read Christian fiction and want something that's not like preaching and down your throat about Christianity, it's more like a step back and look at what it means to be Christian, like what Christian people should be doing or doing, not should be doing, but are doing and are compelled to do and convicted to do. I think you would enjoy his writing. Any one of the ones that we've talked about tonight, I think you would enjoy. And you don't
Right.
necessarily have to read them
In
in
any
order,
order,
even
right?
though one of the characters shows up in different books.
Right. And for this one, I always say that I like it because it shows the like extreme side of Christianity that like people
Yeah,
don't like to act like exists. Like it like puts a light to that, like it puts a light to like fake Christians. And I think that like that's
yeah,
something that people don't see authors do as much.
yeah, and I think it's important to address it and see it out there in Christian fiction. Um, I wonder how much flack he gets for some of the stuff he writes. I don't know. Do I don't know. I wonder if he gets flack. I don't know.
Yeah, because these all came out in the like late 80s, early 90s. I think
Yeah.
the last book he wrote came out in like 2011, 2013. I think.
Okay. Yeah. Like, do you
Hey,
think he
girl,
got?
hey.
Hey, Ashley. Do you think he got pushed back? And do you think like
So
church folk were
I
like,
do think that he did for the first two, specifically because like there was a time when he was referred to as like the Christian Stephen King. So somebody was gonna complain about that, right? Because they're gonna
mm-hmm,
feel like that's not a good comparison, right?
yeah,
Um, but I don't think it was like if it was because of the time frame in which it was. I don't think there's like a lot of record of it, if that makes sense, right?
yeah.
Like it's not as easy to find because it's like the late 80s, early 90s. Like it was like probably people writing physical letters, not like posting to a message board, you know?
Yeah, they probably were writing into the newspaper or calling into the radio, right?
Right, right. Or the publisher itself, or right, like that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Yeah.
Hmm. You sure right. I wonder, how do you think if it was published in 2022, how do you think it would go over?
I think we are moving into a very intolerant society. So I think people would like miss the message of the story or miss the
Yeah.
entertainment of the story. Because, like, so for me, right, like when I read a fantasy book, I take into consideration that the world in which the author has written the world, there are things that are going to be true that I might not necessarily agree with or feel the same about, right? So in my
Yeah.
head, if you're choosing to read a Christian book, then you're choosing to believe that, like, in their world, what's right is Christianity and angels. You know what I mean? Like, I think
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
would be it. And I think people would go in and be like, but oh my gosh, Christianity has done this across the world. And it's like, yeah, but that has no bearing on this fictional story in this book.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do. I
So
definitely do.
that's what I think. Like, I think that they would miss, like, no, like this is kind of a pretty dope story about like things that go on or could go on under the surface of all these
Yeah.
actions, right? Like,
Hmm.
especially in the concept of, like, we talk about, is this assimilation, like someone's pulling strings, right? You
Yeah.
get to kind of
Hmm.
see that in a version of this story. So
Yeah. And it has like like you want to apply some of those cliche Bible or excuse me, cliche Bible verses to real life. You know what I'm saying? So like that corporation, I forget what it's called, but the evil corporation that's present in all these books that's like buying up land and buying up businesses and buying
mhm.
up city council seats and things like that. That's a real thing that happens in real life in everyday
Right,
society, especially in the States. So to see how to be able to fight something like that in a Christian way with it, or like address it even in a Christian way, I thought those issues and subjects were handled well. And I think if you go into it with the right frame of mind, you could get something out of the story for sure,
right,
and just enjoy it. If even it's not going to be throwing it down your throat, but it is a main theme within the book.
right, right.
Mm,
And I feel
okay.
like we just live in a society where you can know everything that's going to be in the book and then still get mad that that's the book you read.
Yeah, that part. That part. So then we read 6 and 7 um in the Sookie Stackhouse series because we took a break. Excuse me, I think I just been talking more than I usually talk the last couple of days. My voice is trying to give out, but I'm determined to get through at least August. Okay, it's happening.
I'm
Okay.
with it. I was just gonna say hi to MRA. Yeah, we still sprinting. She gonna get through July and we'll probably do
Hooray.
one more sprint before we go to August. Hey
Yes.
Ashley, birthday girl. Hope you had a
Hey
good day
yo.
today.
Okay, and so we read it and talked about it on Bree's channel, talked about them on Bree's channel. 6 is where we meet the were tiger Quinn, which we determined was not in the show, I believe. His
Yeah,
character doesn't show up in the show
yeah,
at
no, we
all.
saw were jaguars and werewolves and shapeshifters, but that's it.
Okay. So, but he is a love interest of Suki, and he's probably like the least problematic man in the whole series up to this point, and I liked him as a character. Yanni. But yeah, you you don't though. At the end of the day, you don't have to read the book and get mad because it gave you exactly what. Like I got mad at a book, not me. I got mad at myself for reading it without reading the synopsis because it was right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. It's on you as a reader to like make sure you know what you're reading.
Nah, for real.
But
Like, that's how I felt about that last fall book that we read. Like,
hmm
I knew that there was a 95% chance I was gonna hate the book. So, like,
yeah,
as much as I went through it, like, I knew I wasn't gonna like it. So I'm not mad at you for writing this book I don't like when I knew you was gonna do
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. I just caught on to what you're talking about. Okay, so Quinn wasn't in the show. They gave Sam his backstory instead. Oh, they gave Sam his backstory with his mom being like a slave of the vampires and all that. Okay, look at Vina. Okay. Okay, so then, okay, what was I saying? Where was I going? Okay, so we talked about on her channel. Altogether Dead is about the Vampire Summit. Yeah, they have a big, I want to say, worldwide Vampire Summit in, I forget where the setting is. I don't think it's Louisiana, but some bitty, some big events happen in book number 7. It kind of sets up the next the back end of the series, like the next 6 books in the 13 book series, basically in the trajectory of how Suki's gonna go. You dying to say it. What you finna say?
Girl, it was a lot to get me to watch the show, so I damn sure ain't reading the book.
No, don't. It's not worth your time. Just come to our discussions and let us
Yeah,
spoil it
no,
for
the
you
discussions
and
be
drag it.
everything. The discussions be everything because I was like, and everybody was like, no, but like overall the show is good. I said, is it though?
Is it
Is
though? Lafayette
it?
makes it, and when Lafayette's not on the screen, it's like,
Oh my gosh, when Lafayette is, I was like, why am I still watching this show?
yeah,
Why? Why? I
okay,
definitely see how like he pulled you in though. Like I can't
yeah, he
lie, like
got
I
me.
can't say like if he pulled you in, I see how you stuck it out for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely the main attraction for me, for sure. Okay, so that Vampire Summit, a lot of shit goes down in that Vampire Summit. Like I said, it sets up the trajectory, and it's it's something. I gave it 3 stars again. I don't know if I gave anything less. I think I did give something in the beginning of the series 2 stars because it was just, girl, why? I wanted to fight. So then, okay, I can't wait to get to epic 2. Okay, so then I read Fairy Tale Volume 1. It's another one that I just stumbled upon while browsing on Libby. Hang on, let me turn my camera on. Um, what is it? How do I describe it? I didn't like it that much. I didn't like the art, and I've learned here in the last few months, I'd say this summer, I've learned my taste in illustrated books. And I need to like the art in order to enjoy it overall. I don't know. I mean, I don't care if it's weird, but I feel like that's the
I've
case
been
for a
meaning to
lot of.
ask you like what's the best thing to read those on because I really want to give them a try, but like I feel like reading it on my phone is just gonna make me real upset.
iPad, I say,
Yeah.
because both Kindle and Hoopla have those readers where you can double tap the pane and make the whole, like, the pane as big as your iPad, and then you can
Mm.
just swipe that way. Or I
Okay.
should be
Oh,
doing
so
this for.
Hoopla I can get on my iPad.
Hmm.
Oh, I thought it was like only like a phone app. Got you. Okay, let me do
Yeah.
that then. All right, I
Hmm.
can do that.
Yeah. I think I just learned that Fairy Tale has an anime. Uh, anyways, how do I describe the story? Because I wasn't invested. Um, oh, it's kind of like, yeah, he's an unlikely, like a chosen one type situation. I think like may have special powers, but doesn't know how to use them. Maybe I don't remember. I should just probably stop before I embarrass myself. But I don't. I didn't like it that much. I didn't enjoy the art. Let me see if I have a. No, I said I wasn't gonna do that. See, this is why we. This was fine. I was entertained, but I got confused often. I may have been distracted by my other reads that I found more engaging. Okay. Yeah, I basically just repeated what I just said about needing to like the art style. So yeah, that's how I felt about Fairy Tale, y'all. I I I I guess I recommend it if you don't care that much about art, or if you have different tastes than me in art. I don't know if I'll pick up Fairy Tale. Actually, I'm not sure if you would like it, but also I can't 100% say that it wasn't, like I said in my review, everything else I was reading was more engaging. So I don't know, Ashley. Maybe if your library has it and you see it laying around, maybe pick it up. Um, Epic 2. So I didn't know. Actually, I'd already read this. We were supposed to be reading this series together, but this was a wild ride. It is a, what's the term we decided to use? It's a street lit book, a street romance. Would you call it a romance? There's romance in it, dysfunctional. But that kind of comes with street lit, I would say. Uh, are we? Is that fucked up? Somebody help me.
Romance in it. I mean, it's dysfunctional. I love it. I love the
It's
description.
very
I love the
dysfunctional. I
description.
mean, dysfunctional. I should say toxic instead of dysfunctional. I should say toxic. Um, I don't think romance is the main genre, Ashley, but there's definitely romance present. So I don't know. I don't know what genre to put it in. Like I think street lit kind of matches. It gives a connotation of to expect romance in it. I feel like, but I don't know what to call it. Yeah, it was good. I mean, I can't. I don't know why I haven't picked up number three yet, unless it's that my library doesn't have the audio book. Um, but I am ready to find out what happens next because the ending. These are, I guess, I'm going to assume that all of these are going to have cliffhangers, and um, I can't wait to find out what happens next. I definitely can't tell you what goes on, but I will say that Morgan kind of got on my nerves in the same way that her sister, now I've forgotten her name. What is her older sister's name? Damn. It'll come to me. Hmm. I forget. But in the same way that, a want for that fast life without regard to consequences and stuff, how that kind of gets on my nerves in like older teenagers. Uh Anyways, it's messy. I like the mess. I like the mess, Yanni. It's messy. I would just say street lit with romantic elements. Okay, thank you. Um, yeah, I don't know the sister's name, but she has the first two, like "A Moth to a Flame," the two books in that, with those names. It's her story, but I can't remember her doggone name to save my life. Okay, so Legends and Lattes was a winner for the Only Good Book Club read for July, and it was one that I've like. I think I saw it for 99 cents on Kindle, or maybe it was on Kindle Unlimited or something like that. But I liked the cover. I'm a sucker for an illustrated cover. And I uh uh like mythological creatures that are, uh I don't know. There's a succubus on the cover, that's like, I mean, just and the other main character is it an ogre or an orc? I forget which one. But they're just, trying to live their lives in this fantastical world. So the main character's name was kind of unique. What was her name? Viv. She is a former like bounty hunter, I think, and she decides that, well, not she decides, she has this big plan to leave the industry and open up her own coffee shop, an orc. Thank you, Yanni. She's an orc. So she has this dream of opening a coffee shop after she visited a cafe in one of the towns where she was working a job. So she starts saving her coins and does this one last job and gets this one last piece. She needs to go to this place that she's researched and found the perfect location for her coffee shop. And she goes about, acquiring the land, acquiring somebody to help her do all the renovations to this place, somebody to like vendors for the raw materials, and then once it's all done, an employee, which is this succubus that's on the cover, and then there's also some like light romance in there. If you like that kind of thing in your fantasy, I enjoyed it. I liked it more than I thought I would. The audiobook was a good time. I hybrid read it, and yeah, it was a surprise, and not sure I may or might. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't. I don't think. I mean, it's a lot more lighthearted than things that you read. So I don't know. I don't know how you would feel about it if you had finished it, but I had a good time. It felt like a video game backstory, or like a novelization of a video game that you had played back in the day. I don't know. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. And then Amari and the Night Brothers. I meant to read this last year. I think I pre-ordered it. I either pre-ordered it or I won it. Let's see if it's signed. No. So yeah, I pre-ordered it. I think it just came out last year. Yeah. And I ended up enjoying it a lot more. Not even a lot more. I enjoyed it with no qualifications. It was a good time. Let's see if I have a review, because I feel like I had an issue with something, but I can't quite recall. I think I just didn't really appreciate, and now, like I just said in that update, I'm obviously not the hold up, noted. Um, I didn't like the racism that was involved. Like the the way Amari was othered from the very beginning coming into this school for a couple of different reasons. I didn't like, but I, I don't know how to articulate my feelings about why I didn't like that. Um, but that's the reason why I gave it 4 stars. And it's been a little bit too long now to fully grasp. I need to start making better notes for situations like this. But I still think that it's an enjoyable read. I would still let my stepsons read it, and if they asked me for a book, like that wasn't a comic or manga, I would give this to them because I would think that they would enjoy um, the magical school element of it and like the neighborhood element of it. I don't remember if the parents were good or bad in this one. I feel like the parents were pretty good in it, but I don't remember. Anyway, I didn't enjoy the racism, but I can't give you the specifics on what went on and why I didn't like it. So then, volume 4 of Something is Killing the Children. And I think this is the one where we start getting more information about Erica. Yeah, yeah. So in this one, the scene has basically been quarantined in the little town, but it's not completely done. The whole ritual of it all hasn't completely been finished, and it kind of like gives us sort of like the comic version of a montage, or like a flashback, I mean. Um, and we get some history on who Erica is and how she came to be with this organization. And I really enjoyed that. I'm about to do a reread, so I want to see if I pick up on what you're saying. I think you're talking about Amari for this um, here. Yeah, so yeah, that's what happens in volume 4 of Something is Killing the Children. And I really, really enjoyed it. I gave this one 5 stars, where I think I gave the previous 2 volumes 4 stars each. Um, Now, Ashley definitely told me to read Sweat and Soap, and uh-oh, hold up. Oh shit, no. Absolutely not. Vacate the premises. Okay, so then Sweat and Soap is one that Ashley, either, I don't know if she personally told me to read this. I'm pretty sure she did, but she definitely has talked about it on her channel quite a few times. I don't know how far you are, Ashley, in the series, but let us know. Um, it is about these 2 characters, obviously are the main characters, and she is like, just, I think she just works in like administration at this soap company, and he's like a product developer, and their meet cute is he gets a whiff of her, like she like has overactive sweat glands and is very self-conscious about smelling bad and things like that, but he just loves her, right, like her smell. He just loves the way she smells, and is like overcome with like not even overcome, how do I say it, he's like obsessed with smelling her and making things, he's inspired by her body odor, body fragrance. It's not, I don't think she stinks. She just does sweat a lot. So she's self conscious about being smelly. But he has such a sensitive sense of smell that he can like tell when she's happy, or tell when she's sad, or tell when she's scared. It's really cute. I think if you can get over the weirdness of him like liking her, the way she smells, and like being obsessed with like smelling her, and not like they do have sex and stuff like that, but like his thing is smelling her. Like getting getting that good, in there, and then going about his day. He's just all about that life. And if you can get over the weirdness of that, I think you'll enjoy the cuteness of them as a couple. uh Let's see, did I miss a comment? I need to reread Amari before reading Great Game. I think I will continue in this series. I don't think I reread it since I've read it so recently. Okay. Was just gonna say that Yanni. Okay. Then I want to read Something's Killing the Children. My library currently only has volume 3. Damn, if you have script, check it out. I don't think it's on like Comixology yet. It might be. I haven't checked for it, but get your hands on it. I would advise reading the bound up volumes instead of the issues. But if that's all you can get your hands on, go for it. I think she's talking about Sweat and Soap here. It is a cute. Yes, I'm glad you're still liking it, because I'm going to continue with it. Okay. That's how things went in Perfume. Then he killed a bunch of people. Is this a thriller? No, but I'm going to write down Perfume, because that sounds like something I would like. Lost potential, if you ask me. I can't disagree, honestly. Maybe in volume 7 he'll turn on to me. Read House of Slaughter. Read House of Slaughter before volume 4. Oh yeah, I've already read, but I don't think I read it in that order. I read House of Slaughter, but I don't think I read it before volume 4. I'll check my local comic. I might just buy them, honestly. It's really good. I think you'll I don't think you'll regret buying it. Okay, let me keep talking before I lose my voice. I mean, keep going before I lose my voice. Okay, yeah, Ballad and Dagger. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this, and I'm mad at myself for. Did I write a review? Please tell me I wrote a review. Please, 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 please. Oh, I didn't. I'm mad at past Deidre. You need your ass whooped. Okay, so this was a rant. I heard people talking about this, but I don't remember if anybody specifically had said I would like this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Um, I randomly saw this on a newly added, got the audiobook, and how do I describe this? Mm, it is, do they give it comps that are legit? Oh, this is in the Rick Riordan Presents. Oh, no wonder that shit was so good. Ooh, okay. I don't see any comps. YA urban fantasy. Okay, so these they live in a community of like basically the easiest way I would describe it is like they're refugees from a island nation that no longer exists. It sunk, and so they are trying to preserve their heritage and culture in this foreign land. And um I forget how long it's been since their land went underwater, but I feel like it's been a few generations. And like the people who lived on the land are now kind of old in the society, and there's some unrest. And we have, what's his name? So bad with names. Mateo. Mateo, and her name, it starts with a B, doesn't it? That's right, they are in Brooklyn. Okay, but what is the female main character's name? I lost it. Where is it? I don't see her name, and I've forgotten it. Um. Anyway, so they're both living in this same community in Brooklyn with this heritage, I guess I can say. Um. And they end up sort of like, the story sort of starts at a time where they have to elect new. No, it's coming of age for Mateo. He's about to turn 16, and um at the beginning of the book, and he it turns out that he has powers that he doesn't know about until this, like the beginning of the story, when he turns 16 or whatever age he turns. He might be turning 15, I can't remember. um so something happens on the night that this ceremony takes place, and he comes into his powers, that he meets this girl, and sort of learns the issues that have always been right under his nose. He just didn't know this history. And it's the story of them sort of fighting for their heritage, fighting for their land, still within the context of being away from their homeland. And I just really enjoyed it. It surprised me how much I liked it. I never even heard of um Jose, but I feel like he has other books that a lot of people that come highly rated. So yeah, I if you haven't read Ballad and Dagger and you like YA fantasy, pick it up. And I like the audiobook. I think it would probably be there's a lot of Spanish mixed into this. And if I didn't have the audiobook, I might have stalled because my brain gets stuck on when I can't pronounce stuff. So I'm glad I had I'm glad I had the audiobook to help me get through, because there's big passages of Spanish, like the very beginning, either the intro or the author's note in the beginning is all in Spanish, and it's not translated. Now I appreciated it, but it made me question whether or not I had gotten the Spanish version of the book at first. So going to that knowing that it starts out in Spanish. and then um, goes back to English, but there's Spanish mixed in. Yes, I think that's the name of Jose's other book. I liked his middle grade Flood City. Oh, let me make a note of that. I'll probably do that when I rewatch this if I do. No, it's too long at this point. I saw that he's coming out with a sequel for that one. I'm glad to hear you liked it. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, Ashley, and I think you would too, if you got a chance to pick it up. I think it's something like, let me just click. We're right here. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, Shadow Shaper. I've seen this cover, um, and just never picked it up. Which one is the middle grade? I wonder what you call it. Flood City. I don't see it right now, so I'll come back later. Anyways, yeah, I think y'all would like this. Pet. I should have read this last year, probably the same time that I should have read Amari. I enjoyed this. I love Akweki's writing, and they really have not done me wrong on anything that I've picked up by them. And I still need to read Dear Syntherin. Need to do that ASAP. Um, this, if you don't know what Pet is about, where have you been? Because Bitter just came out, so I saw a lot of people reading reading Pet to get to Bitter, rereading Pet to get to Bitter. I didn't realize that Bitter was coming out at the time, but it just worked out that way, and I plan to pick up Bitter in October. This is about um what is her name? Why am I so bad with names, Lord Jesus? What was Jam? That's the girls. Yeah, because Redemption is a little boy. Okay, so Jam is this little girl that I think I don't want to say it wrong, but they um causes they cause one of their mother's paintings to come to life, and the creature that steps out of the painting is Pet, and Pet is there to basically what how did Pet describe what he was there to do? I forget, but like cleanse
To
this
get rid of the
town of
monsters.
monsters.
Yeah, to get
Yeah,
rid of the
okay.
monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. Um and
And just like
so
there's
Pet,
no more monsters. Y'all already did this. They're all
yeah,
gone.
yeah. Yeah, and but Pet doesn't really, I mean, Pet knows that monsters were a thing, but doesn't know in for sure, or not Pet. Jam knows that monsters were a thing of the past, but doesn't truly like believe it, I don't think, until they meet Pet. And then it's kind of the story also of them of Jam learning some like backstory of her mother, and also what monsters are and what Pet does, and just I liked it a lot, but I wanted it to be longer. I wanted it to be longer, and I think, did I give it four
That
stars
too.
yet?
That and my other critique was like the beef with Redemption didn't make sense for like the
Mm-mm,
characters. Like it
mm-mm,
felt like it was
mm-mm.
like a forced beef because like for the way that you've written the characters up into this would have never happened. It would have
Yeah,
never been a thing. But other than that,
yeah,
and wanting it to be longer, I loved it.
yeah. It was great. I look forward to reading Bitter. Okay, so I reread The City We Became, and I liked it even more the second time around because I have now gotten a few of Jemisin's. Uh-oh. a few of Jemison's other works under my belt, and I feel like even though feel like I have a sense of how she writes, I never know how it's gonna actually be executed. So I'm like, oh girl, I see what you're doing there, but I don't know how you're gonna do it. That's how I felt when I was reading The City We Became again, having that experience with the way she tells stories. And again, this probably was the best audiobook. I don't know. It's something about the sound effects and Robin Miles' narration and the reverb and just it gave me everything that I needed in the moment. And like again, she's
Robin
another
Miles
person
and
that
her accents,
she
unmatched.
does
Unmatched.
the greatest. Um yeah, the next one comes out like November 12th or something. Whatever that second Tuesday is in November, I think. So I highly enjoyed it. I do see why I can understand why people may not like it if they're a Jemison fan because it's so incredibly different from everything else that she has written outside of the fact that there's a large cast. We don't really ever in any of the other books that I know of that I can remember get so many main characters. Um, and they all are important to the overall story. Like we get some side character or like multiple main characters, but there's like they're tiered. In this one, we do have, I would say, is it six or seven? Besides the Avatar for New York, there's five boroughs, and then
Mhm.
the city of
And
New
then
York.
they extended, so yeah, so it's
So we
6.
do get basically six main characters, and the Avatar from New York is on a different tier. I wouldn't say above or below. He's just on a different tier. The rest of them are so intricate to the story that you can't really leave one out, obviously, because it's the five boroughs of the city, but that's just different from everything else that we've read from her. So I can understand
Right,
people
because
not liking it.
in the fantasy series, you just have one main character per book.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and in the other one, you really only have one main character for the whole book. You just thought it was 3 different people. So like
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right there, right.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I would read it again before the next one comes out, if I'm being honest with you, because the audiobook is just that good to
So
me.
I'm totally trying to read it in October so that when the thing comes out in November, I can read it and talk about it. So we just want
Say
to all
when.
add that to October's Black Queen-a-thon list. Let's do it.
I got it. I got
And
it.
bitter too. So you're trying to do that too. I got you.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Noted. Okay, so then the Black Tulip was that the only good book club pick for August. This is a classic translated from Dutch, I think. Um, what is the story?
That's the Count of Monte Cristo author, right?
Yeah, so I was surprised at how easy this was to read. Like, I picked it up, does it say? I picked it up on like a Friday and finished it on a Monday, and I only read it on Friday and Monday. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was my commute book for for that week. And the story French, sorry, thank you, Yanni. Help your girl out. I think it takes place in the Netherlands. It's set in the Netherlands, I think, but it's translated from French. Thank you. Maybe rereading it before the next one. Also, I think you're talking about the city we became right here. Okay. Oh, I made it to August. I should have stopped before I got there. We in it now. We in it. So it's about, how do I summarize this? There's a lot going on. Let me see how they do it. It's about, yes, this guy. What's his name? Cornelius. So there's like, I guess you would call it a prologue in the beginning, even though it's numbered as one of the chapters. So what happens is the main character of the later story is the nephew of the people who get killed by a mob, an angry mob in the very beginning of the story. And that ties into, I can't say that without fucking giving spoilers. Overall, what I like, let me just say what I liked about it. I like that it's about a session. Thank you. Thank you. Help your girl out. I'm fatigued. So it's about this main character's, and like I guess all the characters at the end, at the main core of the story, obsession with something. It's obsession with growing this black tulip that is never before seen, and developing a new tulip and making it black. It's it's obsession with competition and winning and being the best. It's obsession with the tulip itself, because there is, I mean, tulip mania was a real thing that happened historically. And then some of these side stories are about obsession of love, or like the idea of love, I would say, and like control for the jailer. And yeah, it was, I liked all that, and I liked the way the story was told. I like the writing. I haven't read The Count of Monte Cristo. I want to, and this has encouraged me that I would like it if I did pick it up, because it was very episodic. I could put it down, and but I still wanted to know exactly what was going to happen next, because the events were wild. They were just wild. um, and I wish more people would read it and like get into it, because it's a classic that I'd never heard of before. Seiji from the Artisan Geek brought it up on those, on one of the videos she did about like black classics you probably hadn't heard about. I want to say it was like 2 years ago when she did that video. That's how I heard of it. Um, yeah, I wish more people would talk about it because it was really great. Accessible. It's very accessible and entertaining nonetheless. I would, yeah, I definitely recommend that. It was a surprise how easy it was to read. So let me add this to my bookish realm, Rex, because I definitely heard this about this from Ashley. I probably shouldn't put the cover up on the screen. So that was, you can't really tell what's going on. But Dick Fight Island is about this um it's about this society that like Ashley, oh my
I'm just
god. I
gonna
don't
eat my food and shake my head.
I gotta turn my camera off because I'm gonna blush. It's wait. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen real quick so I can read the synopsis. So how do I give it? How do I summarize it without spoiling it? Because part of it is like enjoying the discovering what's going on with this society. Okay, I'm just gonna read this. So, eight mighty island warriors battle to become king. The deciding factor, the one who comes last, of course. Oh, shit. Eight islands represented by their best warriors must battle it out in a tournament to decide their king. To win their battle of endurance, it's not the last one standing, but the last one coming that matters. The tournament to choose the next king of the island is about to begin. The rules are simple. Whoever, oh damn, I moved my mouse. Whoever comes first loses. Where did I go? Where did it go? Participating warriors protect their mighty swords with armor that grows larger and more elaborate with each tournament. But one warrior has returned from studying abroad with a technique certain to face a pleasurable eruption, to force a pleasurable eruption. Is there a competitor alive able to withstand it? Or is this deaf warrior destined to become king? Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good synopsis as synopses go. And I don't know, I was not expecting this to be this wholesome and entertaining, but it was fucking good. Ashley, you're a real one for this one. I don't even know. Let me start sharing my screen again. Ooh, that was that was something. That was an experience. You hear me? Experience. It is. It's so charming. Oh my goodness, Yanni, I think you have a folder too, just for the record, because I get a lot. I read a lot that you tell me about too, or I at least add it to my TBR. I'll say that much. Let's see. Drops of God, another Ashley Rec. I think this is one she recommended on her channel in general. I don't love the art on this one, but I do like the story. Um, it's interesting. This guy is the son of a highly acclaimed critic, good googly moogly, and his father ends up dying, and he has to like get into the wine business, which he didn't want to, not wine business, but he has to like at least gain an appreciation for fine wines in order to inherit his father's estate. And this is the story of basically this starts out with him acknowledging his father's death, and this, I guess you would call it, a challenge that his father has left for him on in his will. And it's cool. Like he has like I would say, would you call him a nemesis who wants to like he wants to like disregard the fact that what this character name is. Utaka, is that right? No, that's the father's name. What's the son's name? Suzuku. And this other, that's the son's, and this other guy that wants to like claim his father's estate basically because he feels like he's more deserving since he's been in the critic game, um, more so because this guy was more, he was in the beer industry. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a little bit slower than I like in my graphic works, but I'm going to continue. I'm on volume 3 now, if I'm not mistaken. Behind the scenes, I don't have any physical copies of her work besides this book. Everything else that I own by her is an ebook, and I think she recently, like when I bought this, it was like a reprint, or maybe it was the first time that it was in physical form. I wanted to snatch it up, and I'm just now getting around to reading it. But this is about a like, is he an he's the son of some like Hollywood, either act like highly acclaimed actresses or actors and actresses, or like somebody in the Hollywood industry. And she is the daughter of attorneys, like legacy attorneys, like they're known to be cutthroat attorneys in this area where they live, and she doesn't want to be an attorney. She wants another path for herself, and she ends up carving that career out for herself, but her parents don't really acknowledge it as a legit career. But she's doing well for herself despite what they think, and they meet because he wrote a show that is being filmed and adapted for TV, and she's like his executive assistant. I forget what she calls herself in the book, and they sort of fall in love through working together to get this show done. And I really enjoyed it. Like, CCJ can do no wrong to your girl. I haven't disliked anything that I read from her, and this was no exception. Um, Girl, we read From Dead to Worse, number 8 in the series. I gave it 2 stars. I think we talked about it on my channel. So go and check that out in August. Let's see, book 8 was, yeah, on my channel on August the 26th. The Honeys. Now, I started this around the same time that I started and have not finished The Undead Truth of Us, and that was a dynamic duo. This is about what is their name? Mars, which is short for no. This is Mars, his story of like how he goes back to like face a camp that no, let me start over. So Mars had a twin sister that in the beginning of the story, she is attacking them and like trying to take their life. Like that's how the story opens. And she ends up being killed by their father. And so he or Mars is dealing with Mars goes by all the pronouns he, she, they, and I just would rather say they just because of their personality in the book. So um Mars goes back to this camp where his sister, their sister, is like in the top clique, if you will, at the summer camp. She is part of the Honeys, which is a part of this summer camp that takes care of the bees and harvests honey and sells it for a profit for to help with the camp. And so what happens is Mars goes here trying to like infiltrate the Honeys group and figure out why their sister was so obsessed with this camp and why it caused them to grow apart and what went on and all of that. And this audiobook, y'all, it had music, it had sound effects, it had a great narrator that just did all the things to change. I feel like it was a he, but changed their voice to match the different characters. It was such a good time on top of it being similar in theme to the Undead Truth of Us in that there's some supernatural things going on and dealing with grief that only the main characters can see and are feeling. Um, so to read, I haven't finished the Undead Truth of Us, but starting them at the same time was such a cool experience that I didn't really anticipate it being. And I think y'all should read the Honeys, read it, especially the audiobook. Read it, read it. Is it YA? I think it is. Oh, I think I said in my review, I don't feel like clicking on it right now, but I feel like I saw the comparison to Midsummer Night's Dream, the movie trailer that I've seen for Midsummer Night's Dream or Midsummer, um, in the like trippy way that the cinematography of that movie is set up in the like hippie aesthetic of it all. Y'all, this audiobook was on point. Get into it. And but don't check it out if um sound effects and reverb and echoes and stuff like that bother you. And the buzzing of bees is one of the sound effects that is in there, and there is description of like the holes in a honeycomb, and I know that's a phobia for some people and triggers, so be aware of that before you go into it if that's something that is a concern of yours. um okay, so I've made it to September and I'm gonna just end on this Savvy Sheldon book because even though I didn't particularly love it, I want to save the rest of these for another time. Savvy Sheldon feels good as hell was like the epitome of what a 3.5 star book is for me. Like it could it could have been so much better, but we got a main character who was fat and just not okay with being fat, and I'm so sick of seeing that. I don't know. Like, yes, people have insecurities, especially I'm not gonna say especially, but fat people have insecurities like any other body type would. But I would like to read more often than I do a book where the fat or plus size female main character is comfortable with her body and her thickness. And if they have to be broken up with in the beginning of the book because they're fat, I would like for them not to like blame themselves and be so down on themselves for being broken up with because their body is fat. And I hate the revenge body plot or trope. I hate it. I do not like it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So those two things really affected my enjoyment. I decided to round up because I felt like the ending was satisfactory, and Savvy did eventually get to the mental space where she needed to be in order to want to healthily make changes to her body in a healthy manner, in a like for the proper motivation, I should say. She did eventually get there, but it was damn near on the last page. So yeah, there's that. And I think I'm gonna. Do you want to read again, or are you done? Because we at damn near 5 hours. I don't care either way, because I still got more to read. Or if you got
I
something to
really
do.
don't care anyway. I'm over here. I'm still painting, girl.
Okay.
I'm not even
Well,
figuring at all.
why don't we do a 30-minute sprint just for the people who did come here to read can get like 30 more minutes. 'Cause I think we did 2:45s,
Right.
1:30.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we? Okay, so let's do one more 30. Let me get the
Well, you
timer.
obviously see I'm gonna be walking somebody because
Yeah,
yeah,
because
right.
he's a busted baby right now. All right. Stop sharing. Oh, wait, I started the timer. That's okay. If you're just picking up and this is your first sprint, let us know what you're reading in the comments. I'm going to start it over and happy reading, y'all. Okay, hold up. How you doing? How'd it go? Let's see, didn't quite finish what I was doing before the buzzer went off. I don't know, something about them last 6 minutes, it don't seem right, but we just don't roll with it. I got to 39%. I started at the beginning of these sprints, I started at 9%, and I'm currently at 39% into the book that I am reading, which is No More Players by Brenda Jackson. Um, let's see how y'all did in the chat. I saw Yanni tell us what book she's reading. I'm reading Mythical Wood. Never heard of it. I'll look it up in a moment. I hope you're enjoying it. Pat said to hydrate. Y'all better hydrate. How'd you do, Shay? Oh, my bad.
I walked the dogs.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
worked some more on the watercolor. I didn't start the book because I left my phone in here on the charger while I went and walked the dog. So yeah, but I feel like I got like an hour and a half of the book cumulative read. I kept getting distracted a couple of times, like with making my food and eating and stuff. But
Yeah.
I think I did good. I'm like on track to finish like 4 books over the next week. So
Okay.
hopefully, fingers crossed, like that happens. Well, technically, I gotta finish 3 by next week because I got 2 I got to discuss on Tuesday and 1 I got to discuss on Wednesday. So
Yeah.
I got 3.
We got sprints on Sunday, so
Right,
there's
we got
that.
sprints on Sunday. Yeah, I got sprints on Saturday. I got sprints tomorrow with Brit. So there's
Okay.
sprints almost every day. So we're gonna get them done.
Nice. You'll get her done. Let's see what else we got. Uh-oh. Don't break it. Don't break it. Okay. Let's see. Where's my mouse? Thank you, Pat, for reminding the people to smash that like button. We appreciate you. 30% into Christmas data breach. Okay. Is that? I'm assuming that's a romance, but I don't think I asked already. Enjoyed some spiced wine. We love it. I'm not drinking today. I had enough last night. Yay, we love progress. Yes, we do. I'm enjoying it. Got to page 85, but not sure where I started. Hey, that happens. That happens to the best of us. This arcade should be a quick read. I don't know how long the last book is, but I feel like it's not the longest in the series. So it's around 5 hours. I feel like somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Romantic suspense. Cool. I look forward to seeing what you think on your blog. Um, do you have any closing announcements? I gotta go find me something to eat and take a shower.
Outside of sprints with Brit tomorrow, short story Saturday on Saturday, sprints with Deidre on Sunday, writerly conversations live on Tuesday, live with Deidre on Wednesday. That's really all I got for you. I got something every day for the next 7 days minus my Monday, which is my day off. So there we go. Like I'm gonna be all over the place. So
Busy. So hit the notification
right.
bell. Make sure
And a
you're
video gonna
following
come
on
out
Twitch.
somewhere in between there. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I need to record a couple videos, but I now have an SD card reader that works, so we can make that happen. Mina says, I'm on track to finish 2 books by Saturday. I need to read one for Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, I said that I wanted to get finished with The Undead Truth of Us by the time y'all talk about it. I don't hope to be able to finish and like start and finish Blood Like Magic and Blood Like Fate by then. So I'm just gonna just go for the ride with that one when that part comes up. But yeah, I don't really have. I do have 2 announcement videos that should be coming up within the next 7 days. I do plan to do some recording over the weekend and some editing and just having a good old time making content. Venus says we're behind on filming. That's okay. You know, just have to do what you can. Don't try to force stuff, you know. It's all right.
100% agree with that. Like 100,000% agree with that.
Yes. So thank you, Pat, for joining us. I know there's a few sprints going on right now. I got a couple notifications on that last sprint. Like I think Books and Lala is premiering a video. If it's not done, then Brandy's put out a video, and somebody's sprinting right now, but my notifications haven't refreshed, and I don't want to refresh the screen and like kick myself out by accident. um, anyway, so there's other. If you want to continue reading, there's plenty going on, or you can watch past sprints and just get into the spirit of sprinting. This month has been slow for me. That conference, I didn't read a thing. Oh yeah, you did travel a little bit, didn't you? I'm sorry, but the way the speed with which you read, you got time to catch up. I'm not worried for you. All right, y'all. Thank you for joining us tonight. It has been a pleasure. I got to wrap up and get caught up on all the books I read until like the beginning of this current month. And I don't know what my cat wants, but he's about to get on my nerves. So I'm going to get off of here so I can go and handle them. Y'all have a good night or a good evening, a good morning, wherever you are. Thanks for coming. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.